Alrighty, teddy folks. I was going to start a little bit early today. Got up a little bit earlier. Did some stuff a little bit earlier. Brushed my teeth a little bit earlier. And came out here a little bit earlier. Turned the camera on a little bit earlier. Then I had to plug a cable in. I had to move the Civic back. Because at night, to close the garage door, I gotta pull it all the way up against the bench here. So, I'm starting right on time today. I was gonna start early to make up for yesterday where I started late. You know, balance of the universe and everything. But, it didn't happen. Apparently. So, I got a couple of things I gotta do today, or I don't have to do anything. I really don't have to do anything. I got a couple of things I want to get done today. Some of them are inside in the house, so that'll be after the stream. One of them I'm going to be contemplating how I might get it done and put it in the stream. I don't know. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, right? Hoist. I want to go send a link to my friends. That's not what I wanted you to do at all. Oh. I got another subscriber last night. Huzzah! Another one of my friends. Which, you know, if I guess if my friends subscribe, then you know, if they have a good time, perhaps other people will have a good time. Stuff. Alright, so, hey, we're gonna go into here. Into YouTube Notify. We'll see if anybody will join. Of course, Facebook Messenger. You don't have an internet connection, George? Yeah, I do. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Okay. Of course, I'm inviting my friends when I'm about to go do something that I can't take the camera out to do. A, because it's raining. On and off. And laptop, 2 cameras, microphone, what do you call that? Surge protector or power strip. It's not a surge protector. It's just a power strip. Yeah, they don't play well with water, generally speaking. So, I don't know why I'm bringing you guys up, or I'm texting everybody right now. I do have to go. I was kind of thinking about picking the setup up and moving it back towards the driveway. That as soon as I'm done with that, I have to pick it all back up, move it back over here. I think today, since don't want that. I think today, since we I gotta redo that too. Okay. For the third time. I think today, since it's kind of rainy and I'm not going to really do much outside stuff, I'm going to clean the Civic off and out since the laptop bracket is finished. We'll just get everything out of the Civic, get it off of the Civic. Might do the plugs today, and we might talk a little bit about the plugs after I pull them. I have a suspicion that putting the 5s in right now, I'm not gonna see any kind of a difference. The difference that I would see going from 6-inch heat range plugs to 5 heat range plugs in the NGK numbering system during the winter time is not gonna do much of anything for me. I might get a couple of degrees out of the exhaust, but I'll never know because I don't have any method of measuring the exhaust. I guess real quick, I think I already know the answer, but I guess real quick I can look up EGT sensors. Ding-a-ling. So because my collector actually sits about yay high, right where the flange of the connector is just about exactly right where the block to oil pan mating surface is. There was a bolt hole on the side of the block already tapped and everything, so I took a bracket, put it on there, and then we brought the pipe down and welded the bracket to the pipe. I'm gonna have to discount double check that for you, but I bolted the pipe to the side of the block, so I have the ability to put. It'll be a little bit sluggish because generally EGTs, ideally you want an EGT sitting right on top of the exhaust valve. You want to know exactly how hot those gases are. You'll get a little bit of cooling, 12 inches, 15 inches or so from the exhaust port. But in the effort of, if I'm going to get an EGT sensor to monitor the exhaust, given what I believe the cost is going to be, which we'll find out right now, I won't have the money right now, and I have no way of using the data anyway, other than maybe fine-tuning the tune a little bit more. But I don't really have any way of fine-tuning individual cylinders, given the design and the state of the engine, the ECU, etc., etc. So it's a single EGT right now would be just as beneficial as multiple EGTs. There'd be no difference. Oh, build your own EGT. Nice. Actually, they're not that expensive, looking at them now. Ooh, that thermocouple amplifier is not cheap though. Yeah. about a gauge? I need a gauge. They don't have gauge. They just have the thermocouple, some wire, and some connectors. Which is fine. Fine. It's all fine. The sensors aren't really all that cheap. Innovate usually has some decent stuff. So, what are we looking at? EGT sensor and wire harness 110, and then a gauge is 200 bucks. So $350 after shipping, maybe $400 after installation, or parts or whatever. Ooh. You figure out where. What about AEM? AEM. AEM have. Okay, so the sensor, AEM, is 130, which is just, this says RTD type sensor though. I don't know what RTD means. The description really doesn't help either. Temperature sensors? AEM has two K-types for 180. They have a single K-type for 50. The problem isn't the sensor though, because the sensor is just like a thermocouple. Thermocouples are cheap. You can go get a K-type or a J-type thermocouple. It's just two pieces of metal welded together. And as the temperature changes, you get a voltage difference across the two via galvanic reactions, and that's what gives you measure that voltage, because that voltage is very reliable based on the materials and the temperatures. It is, I mean, I guess it's the thermoelectric effect, technically, which is the same principle that Peltier's work on with the Seebeck principle. And it's actually how a lot of new mini fridges are made to work, or how they are built. Now, the problem with Peltier coolers, totally different subject. The problem with Peltier coolers is they, or heaters, whatever, they're very energy inefficient. The junction to thermal energy conversion, or electric to thermal energy conversion in the junction, is really quite abysmal. Honestly, they're not very good. What the hell is RTD? I gotta look it up. Well, PT100 is a thermistor, and you're not sticking that in an exhaust tract. You'll melt the thing. And if I'm adding it, it doesn't really matter what it is. All I have to do is have the documentation that tells me what the outputs mean, and I can stick that in a chart. I can stick it in the ECU. I can do, whatever I need to do. And actually, I guess I could use an EGT in the current tune. There's 4 or 5 sensors that you can use to make adjustments to the tune that are not currently being used by my setup. So like I could add it. Oh, RTD is a thermistor, resistance temperature detector. Generally measured via Wheatstone bridge, apparently. Yeah, so I'd want a thermocouple. Oh, there's an E-type thermocouple. Didn't know that. Yeah, in the exhaust track, you don't really need ultra high sensitivity or ultra high accuracy or resolution anyway. You need to know, like, am I 50 or 100 degrees above my target temperature or below my target temperature? That's what you really need to know. You don't need to know, am I 4 degrees above or below my target temperature? Doesn't matter. Oh, and thermocouples are faster than thermistors. Nice. Because that's what you'd want. You want a fast response. You want to know when you hit that transient, is your exhaust gas going real fast or real fast, or, whatever. Thermocouple, 0.1 seconds response time. What do you mean? Thermistors are also non-linear. Sort of. This site is like, oh, cons of thermocouples. They're not linear responses. Neither are thermistors, technically, if you draw the graph out far enough outside the useful range of the device granted, but if you draw it out far enough, it is a curve. Just like everything in our universe, that same curve, the inverse square, or inverse quadratic. Some things that are inverse quadratics, which are decidedly what? An alternate form of inverse squares? Technically. Because everything in our universe works the same way as everything else. Literally, everything. Everything in the universe is the same. And that is driven by the things that make up our universe. I do plan, so I got a buddy who is a physicist. Funnily enough, one of my newest subscribers. I texted him the other day and I asked him some questions, and text doesn't really portray what you're trying to say in small words. Like, texting on a phone is a very inefficient way of communicating complex concepts. So what I plan on doing, I don't know if I'll do it in a live stream, if I'll do it in a video. Maybe I'll do it in a live stream and then cut it into a video and post it as a regular video. I don't know. But I do plan on talking about my understanding of quantum mechanics, some ideas that I've had, and the kind of what grinds my gears. Probably everything I do is going to come back to a what grinds my gears type of thing. Thank you, Seth MacFarlane, for that gem, I guess. I don't know if it existed before Seth MacFarlane, but he kind of like, you know, what grinds my gears. He kind of made it a pop culture thing, I guess. But I would like to at some point do a video or maybe even a short series. Because I don't know the math, and I would love for people to explain the math to me, because I mean, I'm not going to go out. I have some books, and I keep meaning to get most of what's missing in my higher mathematics is just a basic understanding of calculus. I used to have a very simple grasp on some of the lower end concepts in calculus, but as it stands today, I understand what a Fourier transform is, what its purpose is, where it's used. I understand the concept of integrals and differentials. I don't know how to apply them or use them or math them out of data. My algebra's a bit rusty too, apparently. I was watching a video last night where for whatever reason, this guy was integrating the quadratic equation, which is the what is it, the negative square root or negative b plus the square root of b squared plus ac over 2ac, something like that. I don't remember off the top of my head. I used it in school, and I used it a little bit a couple years ago for a project, but I haven't used it since. That's been 15, 16, 17 years ago now. So, you know, brain is a muscle. If you don't use it, drink Monster, it'll go away. Doing my best. So right now, what I need to do is I need to check the Passat. And I don't have any method of taking you guys with me. And that makes me sad. Because it is one of my most confusing projects. The Fat Jetta, on cold days or wet days or, I don't know, days that are not sunny and warm, I guess, simultaneously. On those days, you will get in the car, start it up, back it out of the driveway or put it in gear. When you put it in a forward gear, it shifts quite hard. And you know that's the indicator that we've come to understand is going to be limp mode. So I checked it yesterday, and I know that limp mode is always being triggered by specific code. It's 1528 or something. I don't remember the exact code. The code is the transmission computer complaining that the engine maximum RPM has been exceeded. And then it says warranty void. Warranty. So there's a couple of different questions I have that I don't have any way of answering. The first one is, exceeded how? Exceeded by how much? Because the engine doesn't, the engine doesn't over rev. I imagine that code is popping. So when I drove it yesterday, I'm gonna continue that thought after sort of the explanation. So I drove it yesterday, and what I did is I turned the key on, and I checked for codes. The codes were there, so I deleted them. I checked for codes again. Nothing. Turn the key off, let it sit for a few minutes. Turn the key back on, check for codes. Still nothing. Okay, we have our good starting point, baseline, this is our control, right? Cold start, no codes. That's what you want. Start the engine. Check the codes, which with my scanner and the VDub takes like 5 minutes each time, because you have to reconnect to the vehicle, which is slow, and then you have to query for codes, which is also slow, for whatever reason. I need a faster scanner. But again, we go back to that whole greenback thing, right? So, sitting there in the driveway, idling, no codes. Put it in reverse, or put it in drive, no codes. Okay. Backed out of the driveway, drove to there's a yield sign, it's not a stop sign, there's a yield sign by my house. So drove up to the yield sign and stopped, made sure there's nobody around that I'd be interfering with their day. Checked it again. No codes. Okay. I drive, and it shifts up into second. I check again. No codes. Good. Getting data. More data, more data, more data. Always more data. Because previously I had expected that because of the slowness of my scanner, it's been quite difficult to try to get the data that's causing the code. And for whatever reason, my scanner on the VDub can't just pull up the freeze frame data. I can't find it. I don't know where. I don't know. It's really strange. So it shifts in a second, and I check the codes. There's no codes. I'm coming up to a stop sign down at the end of a road, a block or so down. Hit the brake, downshift, limp mode, so all the indicators, it's LCD, so it's not indicators, but all the indicators for gears light up. Check engine light. I stop, check the code, engine maximum RPM exceeded. Okay, so it's the 2-1 shift that's actually doing it. I had anticipated previously that it was, if it were going to do it, we're going to do it the moment you turn the key on, the code popped, and then when it tried to shift down, something about shifting down was causing an issue, then it would, because the code was there, it would go into limp mode. I had the cause and effect backwards, apparently. I have to try it again today to validate my data. I want at least 3 days in a row where it gives me the same data in the same way. So I have to go drive the car, which means I can't take you guys with me, but when I get back, I want to continue the stream. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna change this message. Stat. All right? Oh, come on. Man. So, I'm going to go do some stuff. I'll be on a test drive, but I will be back in about 10 minutes. So, go grab a coffee, go get a nosh, have some breakfast, walk the dog, and by the time you guys get back, encoder overload. Thought I saw it flash. I thought I fixed you. Anyway, I will return in just a minute and we'll continue with fun times with Asshole. Also, I have to change the background music. So remind me when I get back to fix the background music and to install the soundboard, and we'll do all that stuff together, me and you, and we'll have a jolly good time. So stay right there. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. After I grab sunglasses, because the sun is now out. Okay, now I'll be right back. And when I get back, first thing I'll do is I'll tell you guys about the test drive. I know you absolutely need to, must to hear that information. So, give me a couple of minutes and I shall return. interesting, actually. Pretty interesting. Okay. Data. Mossmore data. Interesting data, even. Like I said, Mossmore, interesting data. Crap. Oh, little chunk of metal. Alright, so similar kind of stuff going on. Get in, turn key on, check codes, no codes. Start engine, check codes, no codes. Put in gear, check codes, no codes. Back out of driveway, put on graph. Shift from reverse to drive. Engine speed graph goes from the 900-ish high idle for sitting in gear to 6750. There's your maximum engine RPM exceeded. The funny thing is, the interesting part, okay, is this camera's facing the wrong way. The interesting part is, okay, it didn't pop the code. Didn't go into limp mode. It's fine. But I saw the artifact that is causing the code to pop in the first place. So now what I need to do is figure out where that sensor is being read from. Mr. Mothman, I don't want you in my book. There's a Mothman in my book. But now, I've got to figure out where that sensor comes from, or where that data comes from, what sensor that comes from. So it was doing this, and one of the first things that we did, because I saw the code, I was like, oh, engine max RPM exceeded. Generally, a code like that would mean something to the effect of the crank sensor, the cam sensor, depending on the design. I've seen some cars use the cam sensor for engine speed detection. Also, not primarily. Primarily, it's if you have a cam sensor, you almost universally always have a crank sensor. I don't think I've ever seen a car with a cam sensor without a crank sensor. But primarily that comes from a crankshaft position sensor, and generally speaking, it's either the sensor has failed or there's a bunch of debris on it. I've replaced the crankshaft position sensor, made no change. That tells me that it's either the reluctor ring on the crankshaft. I really hope not. I really hope not. Or something between the sensor and perhaps the ECU, or something between the ECU and the TCU. Because the complainer is the transmission computer, not the engine computer. The engine computer is not complaining about that same thing. So why how that thing there, I said there, that thing. Right? I have no idea. Camera, focus. Thank you. I don't know why the hell this thing can't focus. So, book time? I gotta see if I can find the book first. First, I'm gonna get Mr. Mothy Man off of my book here. Mr. Mothy Man, would you mind going somewhere else? That's fine. You can live over there. Just don't live on my book. I don't want you in my book. My book. I own it. I rule it. I make decisions about it. It's my book. Here, I have another book. This is not my book. This is my roommate's book. Not sure if I mentioned it before, but step number 1 in any kind of camera being too high situation. Move the camera back down. Wait. I'm zoomed. I can do that. Yeah. Alright, so step 1. In your, tell you what I'm going to do actually. We're going to do this. And we're going to bring you over here. We're going to point you a little bit down. Kind of at the benchy bench. Here in a little bit, I'll do what I had it the other day with the Logitech looking straight down on the bench and the Canon just kind of watching the overall situation. But for right now, this will work so we can just kind of look at the book here. So the thing I'm interested in is transmission, automatic, section P. Which is back here somewhere. It's Y. Oh, P. I'm in T. I need P. In. Oh, too far. Alright, so. We have all of our data for the transmission. Funnily enough, this book has typos in it. Actually, has quite a lot of typos in it. So there's two automatics. There's two different automatics, the OA1 and the O1V. And I actually went to the wrong section, section N, because I forgot there were two transmissions. So I made an assumption based on what my eyeballs told me. Okay, so, well, okay, I say there's two. There's a bunch of different transmissions because the Germans, they got this thing for like, oh, we have this one engine. If it has AC, it needs this transmission. If it doesn't have AC, it needs this transmission. If it has AC and power steering, it needs this third transmission. If we have front power windows only, we need a fourth transmission. If all four doors have power windows, there's a fifth transmission for that. It's the Germans are a bit overboardy with their transmissions for whatever reason. They do the same thing with a lot of different stuff, actually. I've seen, what was it? Alternators. BMW. So BMW, in the 90s, they still do it today, but the car that I worked on that specifically got me this information in the first place. BMW in the 90s, we're going to turn you guys just a little bit so it's easier for me to like talk at you. So at a 98 740IL. And the alternator failed. As they do, alternators fail, it happens. This was in like 2017, 2015, maybe somewhere in there. My buddy had this car. It was one of those like abandoned on the side of the road kind of car. So he went and he got the bonded title or something, or somebody dropped it off and was like, "Hey man, I'm tired of this car. If you want it, go get it. It's yours. I'll give you the title." It was some situation kind of like that. So he went and he grabbed it, and the people that had had this car previously should not touch bread. They shouldn't touch air, or water, or bread, or cheese, or atoms. Like, these are the kind of people that they literally destroy everything they touch for, I don't know, whatever reason people have to destroy everything they touch. The driver front seat switch had started malfunctioning. So what did they do? They pried it off the seat with a pry bar. They took a hammer to the switch housing, and then they dumped a bunch of super glue and epoxy into the back of it. Yeah. Anyway, the thing was old. It was kind of worn out. It was, you know, it's a 90-something, late 90s car. Going on 20 years old at this point. Alternator fails. We go to Joe Riley's and we look the part up. There were 4 alternators. Depending on what suspension you had, what dash color, instrument cluster color had been installed in the vehicle, and body trim options. Three of the options. So you had a 70 amp, and then a 95 amp, and then a 110 amp or a 120 amp, and then you had a biggie boy that was like 140 amp. The 140 amp, which luckily he didn't have, was water cooled by the engine coolant. Why? Design the case to cool the damn alternator. I get it, 140 amps. It's kind of more than 120 amps. It's kind of more than 100 amps. You don't need to water cool it. You really, really don't. Honestly. Luckily, he didn't have that. The water cooled variant was for one that had active suspension, which this car did not. It was the highest version below that. So, like a Honda would be the EX would be the highest, the most luxury version, or the EXL, I guess, if they're still doing EXLs. The one below that is generally the LX, which is weird. You'd figure they'd name them. I guess they've got some other naming scheme. I was gonna say, I'd name them alphabetically, honestly. But the DX and the CX were base models. The DX being the most base standard model, the CX being the California emissions variant, which was the base model, a little bit lighter with a slightly different engine. right? So we got the alternator. Wasn't all that hard to do. You had to pull like the fan off and move the air box or pull the battery or something. It was on the side of the engine, kind of in the middle-ish. So you had to pull a couple of things off to get to it. A couple of bolts. Once we had the right tool, kind of easy peasy, not a problem. But the Germans, they like to do this thing where they have, moral of the story, okay, so we're in the book. We're in the book, we're in the book, we're in the book. I need to figure out where the engine speed enters the front wheel drive automatic, which is this guy here. We don't really care about that. And I have a feeling it's just going to be in the back in the wiring diagram section, the stuff that I need. This is just going to be the mechanical bits, but I'm going to check through it anyway, real quick, because spending the 5 extra minutes, the 7 extra minutes it takes to go through the sections in their entirety is always the better option. 7 minutes on a lifespan of 72 years on average for a human. I don't know what that is in percentages, but it's quite small. You can swallow your impatience a little bit and spend the time doing it right. Right. Okay. Yeah, finding the control module. Wire harness with integral transmission fluid temperature sensor. Transmission vehicle speed sensor and sender for transmission output RPM. Multifunction switch. Sensor for transmission RPM, shift lock solenoid. Kick down switch, which is just a throttle position sensor, which is funny. It's a 2000 and it's drive-by-wire. It's terrible drive-by-wire, mind you. This is like early days. And I mean, it works. It does the thing, I guess, and that's all you can ask of a system, is that it does the thing and it continues to do the thing for as long as you ask it to do the thing, and assuming you maintain it correctly, right? I might have to go put pants on. That cold front moved in, and it's a bit, for me, it's a bit chilly. It's weird. So, oh, I think that's why I'm doing this the way that I'm doing it. That's kind of how Adam Savage does it, and I see a lot of, I draw a lot of similarities between Adam Savage and myself. Just kind of the way he operates, the way he processes, the way he thinks, sort of some of the like background and moving forward through life in a direction. I see a lot of what I would like to do in what Adam Savage is currently doing. And it's taken him quite some time to get there, so hopefully it doesn't take me as long. Removing transmission, Removing transmission subframe. Removing transmission. Torque, specs, gears, hydraulic. Yeah, see, it says nothing about engine speed sensing. It says transmission vehicle speed sensor, which is VSS, which is tells you how fast you're moving via the transmission. That's it's going to be on the differential, right? The output of the transmission. And then, yeah, selector shaft seal, multifunction switch. Come on, Volkswagen. Transmission, vehicle speed sensor, G38. Transmission output RPM, G195. Okay. We need two sensors to sense the same thing? Oh no, that's one sensor. What? Okay, so apparently that's one sensor. G38 and G195 are the same part. Still, but for conjunctions, prepositions, not conjunctions, prepositions. But then you have, so those two, or that one, those two items in the book. Then you have speedometer vehicle speed sensors. So you're using one for the computer and one for the dash? I mean, I guess my Honda does that for coolant. The Civics, honestly, the B series and the D series, the F series and the H series. I don't know about the Ks, but they're from kind of the same design concept era. So I guess the Ks would probably be the same. In stock form, the BDHFs have 3 coolant temperature sensors. You have one which goes to the dash, one wire. You get current into the galvanometer on the dash, goes out to the coolant temp sensor, and then flows. Sneeze. Flows into the head as ground through the variable resistor that is the temperature sensor, and gives you your dash reading. I understand having two. One for the computer and one for the dash. So I get this. I do. The third one is for the fan switch. The computer normally controls the fan on the Hondas, but there's a fan switch which is emergency backup. I don't know. It goes straight to the fan relay. It is just tied directly to the fan relay, but the ECU has a fan relay control out pin. So I don't know. What I would like to see is speed controlled, I guess. Do I have that? That might actually already be a thing. This guy? This guy. Oh yeah. Fan control below speed. And it's what they're calling A12 radiator fan relay. Okay, that's a thing. Ignore me, I'm dumb. Anyway, back to it. Removed left front wheel, left hand drive axle protective plate. Press down sensor retaining catch. And turn. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Final drive. Wait. Does a final drive have its own oil? I think it does. What? Why would it not just be ATF? Huh. We should probably do that at some point. Okay. That is weird. But not what I need. And we're on to the all-wheel drive. Okay, so now we're going to, what is it? Y? We gotta go back here. And we're gonna check. Of course, VW is like, or I guess Bentley. Bentley's the people that own the things. I don't like this little chair. I need a better little chair. Even the foam is not good. Anyway, what we need is to find the 1.8 liter front wheel drive transmission controller unit. So this is for 2000 or 99. 2000? I think it might be a 99. I have to go check. I don't remember. Oh, Mr. Mothy Man flew away. Okay, bye-bye, Mr. Mothy Man. Then X99. Okay. It's a September of 98. Oh. So 98, 98, 99. Okay, so we need to find first the transmission computer. So Motronic, 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 Motronic. Not that. Instrument cluster. Oh yeah, here you go. Passat standard equipment, only for cars with blue illuminated instrument cluster. Does that matter? Why? Okay. What I need is not Motronic, but Triptronic. I think it's going to be over here. But we're going to read anyway. Instrument cluster, headlights, license plate, lighting, lighting, radio, lighting, dimmer lighting, wiper, wiper, wiper lighting. Okay. This guy. ABS. There's also a problem with the ABS in that car. I know what the problem is. I need to trace it and find it, for which I need to build a TDR. I gotta look that up. I don't remember how to do it off the top of my head. So build a TDR, time domain reflectometer. It uses a signal generator and an oscope, and you measure the time it takes for a pulse to travel down and back, and that tells you how far that termination is. There is a break in a wire for the passenger rear wheel sensor on the Passat, which means the ABS is non-functional, because every time you start it up, it checks all that circuitry and says, oh, there's a problem with this. I'm not going to turn on, so I don't interfere with your safety. Braking's up to you now. I could just run a whole new wire all the way through, pull the seats out, run the wire all the way through, stick it in the ground in the firewall. I'd really rather not do that. I'd really rather trace it and see if there's a possibility of repairing the wire or running a shorter section of wire than the entire length of the car, because that's just annoying. Anyway, there's also problems with the airbags. I think the steering wheel airbag is either, the connector's either dirty or the airbag igniter has failed. I'm not sure how the airbag module makes that determination exactly. It's either a resistance check or a voltage, well, it'll all be the same check. You apply a voltage and you check the output. But I'm not sure what the cause is. So we got to look into that sometime in the future. Right now, we need to figure out why it goes into limp mode, because that affects drivability. The owner is not too concerned about the safety, generally, as, well, I mean, it wasn't a crazy safe car to begin with. It's kind of heavy, so it's a little bit safer than, say, Tin Can Honda. But we got here automatic transmission. And it just has the 1.8 and the 2.8 as dividing lines. So, automatic transmission, we need Y319 is the page. So we come over here, we're going to save this page with some resistors, so we can easily flip back to it. So 319. And thank you, Bentley, for making these diagrams incredibly tiny and difficult to read and putting 2 of them on each page. That is precisely the way that we love to see wiring diagrams as technicians. Small, hard to read, and cramped on a page. Also, the way they've drawn these things is terrible. It is simply terrible. Anyway. Okay, so this is going to be the starting system. But there is this connector here, J220. Where is J220? That is the Motronic. So right there. So J220 says Motronic Engine Control Module right here. I don't know, should I zoom you guys in? Do you care? Let's bring you guys a little bit closer, shall we? Oh. There we go. Kind of show you what I'm looking at here. So we've got this diagram. This is the first diagram. There's going to be a couple more. But first we're looking at, so we get, I don't remember what these mean, these blocks. So we can actually go back through, and the book does tell us how it has decided to tell us about things. Alright, so in the effort of completeness, we should come back and check out what they are trying to tell us. 17 arrow. That's not what we need. I need what the 15 component symbols. Maybe that's what that is. 4 is test points. 11 is panel connectors. I'm trying to figure out what a block. The only thing that tells me what a block might be in the middle is 15, which is components, like an actual component in the middle of the circuit. 6 is just component designation, what they're calling it internally. So what is that number beside it? Number beside it? Square number beside it? What does that symbol look like? Oh, pretty sure it's a relay. Okay, so that's just going to be the okay to start relay. Gotcha. Gotcha, 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 getcha, gotcha, goomy. Getcha, gotcha, goomy. Okay, so that's just going to be the okay to start pin out of the ECU. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. Let's go up to this guy. What is this guy? Cruise control switch, transmission, and fuse holder, connector. Don't care. Vehicle speed sensor. Okay, so we've got another guy here. Oh man. Oh, my freaking hip. And my butt. My butt and my hip. My bip. Just stand for a second. Bibbity boppity boopity. Okay. What I need is to get discovered and for people to come in and like blow up my chat. No, blah 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 blah. So it takes 4 hours to do the thing that would normally take me 20 minutes. That's what I want. I want to be just distracted in my life. That is the goal. The goal is ultimate distraction. That is the goal, apparently. Oh, that's less than pleasant. Okay. Back to Le Book. 1 hour later. And so this guy we are interested in. Bring him down just a smooch. Trying to convince all my friends to go in on some land in like Wyoming or Montana, and we all just move out there and raise whatever kid. I'm never gonna have kids as far as I know or am concerned. I have no desire to have children, but we raise the kids, we grow some eggplants, we eat some cows, things like that. Keep trying to convince them. Really? She's like, Colorado, burial laws. Colorado's filled with addicts and crime. Well, most places are, my dude. Not 200 miles from anywhere, Wyoming. all that's out there is dirt and cows. And maybe some dirt. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. That was terrifying. Of course, I'm right up. I'm like choked straight up on the mic right here, so I bet it's not quiet. I did do some fiddling with the audio, though. Let me know how the audio is if anybody's out there. I think it sounds better. I was listening to it with headphones, which I didn't do before. What I did before was I tuned the audio via speakers and surround sound, which is substantially different from headphones. Really? Okay, so we're looking at this guy, and we're back to J220. So J220 is all of these guys here. So that's the connector group, J220. I need to figure out. So I guess that's what I could do. I could just look for J220, because all that is going to go to the engine computer. I do need to figure out. It's not telling me which of these wires is which, though. Like what each wire goes to. That's what I need. A45. Really? The transmission computer gets a signal. You know? Oh, wouldn't that be the most German thing ever? Wouldn't that be the most German thing ever? So according to the schematic, man, that wide angle lens has got some weird, I don't remember what you call that. Parallax, I guess? My nose. I got a big nose. So J220 is a connector group. There's a single connector on the transmission computer. And J220 is part of that connector, a group of that connector that apparently returns or comes from or goes to or whichever to the Motronic, which is the engine computer. There's one line on there that is green-blue. Green-blue says wire connection RPM signal. An instrument panel wiring harness. I'm pretty sure this is a digital instrument cluster. What do you think the chances are? There's going to be a bunch of traffic. It's going to be distracting. What do you think the chances are that the cluster has failed in some way? Something on the cluster has failed in some way. Is causing this signal to go all kinds of weird. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Let me look through the rest of the stuff. We'll see what else there is. It's not there. Give me the page. Here's the last page. Yeah, it's just that page. So, I guess what I could do. E38. Transmission vehicle speed. Don't care about him. I guess what I can do is we can put the O-scope on that wire at some point. And measure that wire. That's the RPM signal that goes to the transmission computer. It is T8840. So connector 88, which is the transmission computer's connector, the big one. Pin 40. I do like their naming system for this. The way they named the pins is, or the way they named the connectors and pins is very good. It's very, very good. The way they drew the schematic with this kind of like top-down kind of, I don't know what you'd call it. It's not bad. I'm bitching for nothing really. It's not necessarily bad. It's different from what I'm used to, and it's a bit odd that they've split it up so much. I would prefer to see transmission computer, cluster, engine computer, and then various sensors like along one side or scattered in the middle, and then all the wires going every which way. That's what I prefer to see. It's a little bit more messy, but you can see all the terminations that way. And it's a little bit easier to understand kind of the big picture when you have that design. Kind of like this guy. Why is it every time I open this book and I flip to the middle to go like I'm going to the back, but you do it in sections so that it flips easier? I always open it to the same catalytic converter page every time somehow. So weird. Mr. B. Okay. Okay, let's kind of skim through here. There you go. Would you quit? The cruise control for the Honda. Right? Looks like that. You got bits and bobs, you know, kind of set out across the page, and then all their connections going between them I much prefer this. This is easier to read, even though it looks more complicated visually. It looks more busy than what Bentley has done in this book. But it is, in fact, easier to read for those of us who read these things regularly. Like, it's, I don't know. For a person that doesn't know what they're looking at, this probably looks a lot simpler and easier to deal with. But for somebody who reads schematics kind of for a living, for somebody who solders for a living and has to look at schematics and parts diagrams and data sheets and what have you, the Honda one's easier to read. Infinitely easier to read, actually. And I, strangely enough, I will be right back. I'm going to put the message up just because you won't see me in the frame. Anybody that pops in will be like, oh, well, there's nothing going on here, and just leave. No, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a very light jacket because for whatever reason my elbows are cold. Weird. How Arizona is this of me? Jacket and shorts. Very Arizona. That's what Arizonans do. No. Okay. So, I want to do one more day of investigating with the scanner before I hook the O-scope up. But I'm going to put on the board. I kind of want to put it on the priority side, but I won't. I'll put it on this side. Going to delete my ECU stuff real quick. Which is quite a bit more difficult to erase in the cold, apparently. I'm gonna put kind of my findings, Passat, aka Fat Jetta. Flip mode. Tell you what I'm gonna do actually. Before a finish of that. No. Okay. Focus. No focus. Focus. Really? Focus. What are the chances, do you think, this thing chose to focus? Really? You're not going to focus. See? How hard was that? We're on manual focus. Okay, so limp mode appears to be driven by first shift. I observed 6750 RPM today. I want to see that at least one more time. I don't know about 6750 necessarily, but I want to see the engine RPM spike at least one more time before I start probing wires. I like to try to avoid back probing wires if I can. I also will need to... What I can use as a back probe actually is the... So I've got some 3D printer nozzle tip cleaners for like huge tips. I use a 0.2 mil nozzle, or excuse me, I use a 0.3 mil nozzle because it is kind of the best compromise between the precision of the 0.2 and the strength and speed of the 0.4. So I use a 0.3 for kind of that middle ground. It's slowed the prints down, obviously, a little bit, but it's fine. But I can use the 0.4. I think I have a 0.6 tip cleaner even, because those are itty bitty bitty. Those are tiny. 0.4 and 0.6 millimeters is really small. So it should fit without damage is the key in through the seals of the wires on the ECU or the TCU, so I can back probe those connections without causing any kind of damage. Jeez. Another solution that I could possibly... Oops. Another solution that I could possibly use is something I've done before a number of times. So I've got this guy, magnet wire, okay, 30 gauge magnet wire. It's just very small, cross-sectional, solid core, obviously, solid core, enamel coated wire. And you can take this, as long as you're not trying to see current, which in O-scope you're not, obviously, you can take this, strip back, I don't know, a centimeter or two of the enamel, stick it in the connector, where the connector is going to mate with the pin on whatever component, the ECU, the TCU, in the connector, whatever. Stick it in there, route it off to whichever side is the shortest so you're not getting it squished into other pins, and just run it out the connector. It's small enough that it doesn't interfere with the fitment, really. I've never had a problem, and it'll show you what you need to see. There will be a little bit of skew because of the size and the current and blah 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 blah, but at the voltage and current levels we expect to see in an automobile, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So I want to see this at least one more time. I might do it 2 more days in a row just to get this data kind of nailed down. I don't care, like I said, I don't care so much about the number. What I want to see is which... Actually, it makes sense why the code didn't trip. So I did see a 6750, but 6750 is probably not exceeding the maximum rated RPM for the engine. Probably explains why the code didn't trip. So it does it, and it does it all the time, apparently. Actually, what I should do is I should go out and check it again, like right now here in a second. So, star him. I can go check him again. Because what we've noticed, strangely enough, is it only does it when either cold or moist. I'm not sure, I think I said it a few minutes ago, I'm not sure what the correlation is exactly quite yet. But cold definitely seems to be an effector. What I imagine that means is there's some wire that is barely holding on. And what you get when you have wires barely holding on, this is a pretty good visualization actually. What you get with wires barely holding on, especially if it's in the middle of a run of wire, it's not like at a connector or something, but most especially in the middle of runs, you get the wire makes this connection, and it does this normally under vibration, right? It's, all cars, everything vibrates on a car, like you can't get away from it. So it's sitting there, it's vibrating, it's not focused because we turned autofocus off. So it's sitting there, it's vibrating, and it's doing that number, and then when it heats up, it pushes in, and you have more connection, and that's fine. But then, as things inevitably do, they cool off, and when things cool off, they contract. See where I'm going? Yeah. So if you're sitting here and it contracts and there's a vibrational environment, and you get this kind of like, you know, it's doing that number where it's mostly contacted, and it happens often enough that it works. For the most part, it works. The problem enters when you can't going the wrong way. The problem enters when it cools off enough or it vibrates enough that the wires come apart completely. And I mean, the problem is the fact that the wires are not a contiguous run of conductor in the first place, obviously. But the issues that you and I will deal with as a user, as a consumer, as an operator, arise where the thing stops working altogether. So the problem with the Passat in the past has been the intermittent nature of the failure. And as a technician, we hate intermittent failures. Because an intermittent failure means that when you, the customer, bring the car to me, the technician, I may or I may not see the problem you've described. If I don't, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't diagnose a problem that isn't occurring, right? If I get in and I drive around and it's fine, like if I get on a laptop and I monkey key press make Shakespeare and it does the thing. If it's doing the thing, there's nothing I can do. I can tell you what's going to happen in that case. Excuse me. What's going to happen in that case where you have intermittent failures, especially intermittent electrical failures, in particular electrical system failures that are intermittent. I can tell you, most technicians aren't going to touch it. Your average, well, okay, I'm not going to say technician. Technician means something different. Your average mechanic won't touch an intermittent electrical failure. They won't do it. Because a number of reasons. Reason number one being, you're not going to pay for the amount of time it's going to take to reproduce the failure and then subsequently diagnose it as the customer. The expectation, when it gets wet here, this gets worse. But the expectation that you, the customer, pays for all the time spent on a diagnostic for an intermittent failure is silly. It's an unreasonable expectation, especially a failure that is intermittent such that it happens once every insert long period of time that is not minutes here. Any intermittent failure that only happens at highway speeds on really hot days that when it's dry out. 98% of mechanics they're not going to touch it. They're going to say, we can start replacing parts until you see that the problem goes away whenever it happens, whenever it happened previously, right, under the same conditions. We can do that. But we're not going to take your car and we're not going to just hold on to it for 6 months at the shop, taking up space, wasting time, and we're not going to pay a mechanic, or if it's a small shop, I don't have the ability to pay myself to drive this car around every day, all day, until the problem occurs, right? I mean, you can do that. You can go to the shop and say, hey, look, Jesus, excuse me. You can go to the shop and be like, hey, look, I've got this problem. Here's when it occurs, and I need you to diagnose it. I will pay for every second or every minute or every hour that it takes you to diagnose this thing. Depending on the shop, that might be a good or a bad idea. Gross. Disgusting. Nasty. Depending on the shop, that could be either a good or a bad idea. Bad idea for obvious reasons, where unless you specifically know the mechanic, like you're friends with them and you know them to be an honest person, or you specifically know the shop owner and you're friends with them and you know them to be an honest person, you have no idea what's gonna A, happen to your vehicle during this time period, or B, how much they're going to try to pad the bill for something that they already know what the problem is. So I think Car Wizard has addressed kind of this concept in the past. Don't walk into a shop and just say, fix it and charge me whatever. Don't do that. Don't do that. Unless it is your friend and you're like, hey man, I got this car, it's doing this thing. What do you think? And he's like, well, give it to me for a couple of days. I'll drive it to work and back. I'll blah, 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 whatever. You run into kind of some gray areas with like insurance and things, but honestly, at the end of the day, mechanic driving a car for diagnostic purposes, assuming they're not really terrible people and they're just driving the car like a reasonable person would, it's fine for the most part. Don't worry about it. But you know, taking your car to some random shop downtown and telling them to just have their way with it, not usually a good idea. Also, me as the technician, I don't want my shop foreman, my service writer, if I'm the owner of the shop, I don't want a customer coming to me and saying, hey man, I got this car. I want you to spend 6 months, all of your time, just doing this car. Like, we don't want that. A, it hurts business because now I can't do any other business, and you start to lose the face, right? You start to lose the trust and the rest of your customer base. Where if customers come in and like, hey, I've got this, you know, I need brakes on this car, and it's like a 2-hour job, and you're like, sorry man, I've got a guy paying me 40 grand for the next 6 months to diagnose this one car. They're gonna be like, well, you only do one car every 6 months? And then they'll tell their friends you only do one car every 6 months, and you know, your whole business could just crumble with kind of a decision like that. So it's not good all the way around. I closed the book, and I should not have. I need 319. Which is there. Well, I need 322, I guess. Okay. If I didn't open it right now, I just forget, and we just like, you know, have to do this all over again. Maybe what I'll do, I'll put my marker there. Solved. Okay, so some things I want to kind of get done today. I did one of them, the Volkswagen. Got some data, got some good valuable data. Valuable. You gotta put the book somewhere. Gotta put the book somewhere. Guess I'll just put it back where it goes. I'm gonna move you guys over here real quick because tiny garage, not enough room. It's if you go and you look at like real estate listings and stuff, they would call this a 2-car garage in the listing. But similar to how New York inflates their square footage in their commercial listings, apparently Utah does the same thing for their garages and their residential listings, where you could theoretically, keeping in mind that word theoretically, Mr. B, go. There's nothing in here for you. Outside. There is stuff for you outside. Go outside. Anyway, you could theoretically fit 2 small vehicles in this garage. If I took every single thing out of this garage, I could fit the Civic and the Pilot inside this garage side by side. You would not be able to easily get in and out of them. You would also not easily be able to get one or the other of them back out of the garage because the door is not 2 cars wide. Actually, I can measure that. I'm gonna measure it real quick and find out. I need my tape measure. I'm gonna Lewis Black. I like Lewis Black. What? Oh, we're gonna do it this way. Yeah, there. Alright. According to Harbor Freight, this door is 171 centimeters. Okay. Mr. B. Bro. Okay. Civic is 69 centimeters with mirrors. Nice. Is 78. So, what did I say, 179? I don't remember. I remember when I see it. $171. So 171 Still a little bit of math right in here. Calculator. 171 minus 69 for the Civic minus, what did I say, 78. That's 24 centimeters. Inches, not centimeters. My brain's not working today. Inches. What the heck am I saying centimeters? Because I prefer using metric in my measurements. So, 24 units. There are 24 units of measurements, which is that far. Both my roommate and I are large guys. When you open a door on an automobile, you have to contend not just with the door, but the door panel, the seat, the distance between the outer skin and the door panel, obviously. The length of the door will greatly affect the opening, which they're both 4 doors, so they're short doors. Mr. B, go, go, go outside. Outside, thank you. Man. I need to find some method of I guess buy a screen, we'll put a screen over the garage so we get the light, but we don't get the wildlife. Yeah, so the garage door is just wide enough to drive the 2 cars in through the door. Just wide enough. If you drove both the cars straight in, neither one of us would be able to get out of either car. We simply wouldn't. If we drove the cars in and then either backed one in and angled it, that way, and pulled one in and angled it that way, so when you come in, the cars would kind of do that kind of thing, where they're both facing the same direction, but the doors are you have a greater distance between the hinge and the edge of the door before it collides with the other vehicle. That would work. If you brought both the cars in the door and then turned them out a little bit, you could then get in and out of the cars. But then you'd have to squish yourself between the car and the wall. So this is not by any means a 2-car garage. A 2-car garage is a garage that you can pull 2 cars into and fat people can get in and out of the cars. A 2-car garage is a garage that you can park 2 king cab long beds in and still get in and out of them. That is what a 2-car garage is in reality. Many people in this country own pickup trucks. Many of those pickup trucks are king cab, crew cab, long beds. If you can't pull that vehicle into your garage, you cannot call it a full car garage. You simply can't. My roommate's Chevy Silverado, 1500 and a half, technically. It's got a 2500 radiator, 2500 front end, and transfer case. But it's the 1500 frame. If you look up the VIN says 1500 4-wheel drive. If you look up the stamps on the parts, half of them are 2500 parts, for whatever reason. So I don't know. It's. I was told that was a common thing, which I believe it. GM, I totally believe it. Don't trust GM. But his truck will not fit in that door without removing almost all of the air out of the tires. It's lifted 2 inches, 3 inches, something like that. And he's got, actually, I don't think it's lifted. I think it's just the tires, honestly. He's got 33s on it, I think. And it's not unusually tall for a pickup truck. It's kind of taller-ish than stock, obviously. A stock Silverado would fit in here, but even that, which is a extended cab, which is not a full rear seat, it's a kind of a smaller seat for like kids, small people. Short bed, which it's a 6.5 foot bed. It's a weird number. 6.5 foot bed. It's a short bed. A long bed is 8 foot. A short bed is 6 foot or less. So 6.5 is not a long bed. I think somebody who said once that was like just the standard bed for that era. It's a 90. So regardless, it's not a long bed. Regardless of what my roommate thinks, it is not a long bed. I put it down and then I pick it right back up. It's my fidget spinner. It only spins so far though, it's broken. But it will not fit in this garage. You can, if I cleaned everything out of the garage, you can pull it in. You could put the front bumper about, I think I measured it once, I think it's only like 8 or 10 inches from the front wall, the wall that the house is on, and close the garage door and have 2 or 3 inches between the garage door and the rear bumper, and it would close. There's no way you're walking around it. No way. It's impossible. I'm fat. I am not 8 inches thin. Okay? This is greater than 8 inches in any dimension. So, you can't call this an any car garage if you can't pull a full-size truck into it, at least one full-size truck into it, and close the door and be able to walk around it. Not a garage. It is a shed with a big roll-up door. That's what it is. And that's how people use them around here. They're storage places. People that don't do anything. Like they have no hobbies, they have no nothing. They use it as a garage. Most of them, they own hatchbacks, coupes, small 4-doors. They pull it in. They have nothing else in their garage. They pull the car in, they close the door, they get out, they go inside, and they stare at the wall, or they watch paint dry, or whatever it is those people do that don't have any tangible hobbies. I don't get that. I don't understand existing. Like, there are people in the world that are just completely 100% content to simply exist. I don't get that. It's life, man. You're here to live it. Like, live it. Do it. Do the thing. So what I want to do now that I'm done ranting and raving like a madman about nonsense, is I'm going to use my spare ECU, and I'm going to do that mod. And to that end, I think I'm going to try something. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to angle down the Logitech just a smooch. I'm going to move the Canon over. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Pull it out from the whiteboard. Distance X. Or I guess distance D would make more sense. Move some stuff off of the bench. I'm going to disconnect the simulator here. I'm going to grab the dry lube real quick and spray the freaking connector. I'm tired of this thing being next to impossible to remove. I don't want to tear the wires out of the simulator harness. We're going to pick the simulator up, we're going to take it off the bench. We're going to put it over here-ish. Fine. And we're going to move the O-scope also off the bench. The school bell at the nearby school is super annoying. Like, so ridiculously annoying. That is something that I do not miss about school. I like school. High school was fine. Middle school was meh. But high school was fine. Wasn't great. Wasn't terrible. It was fine. But what I'm gonna do, see? What we're gonna do, Shay, yeah. I kinda wish I had... I have an idea. I have me an idea that we are going to try. Let us try. Collapse 2 legs. We're gonna collapse 2 legs. We're going to leave our 3rd leg out. Bazinga. And we're going to put the cannon. That's a bit too tall. Wrong way. We're going to do that. Then we're going to do this, because I need to turn you like that. Oops. Turn autofocus back on for a minute. Okay. I'll move you forward. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Why are you... Why are we not focus? Seriously? It was turned... How did it get turned off? I haven't even touched the damn thing. Ugh. Oh, shazers. Oh! Okay. What I actually need to do... What I need to do... My name's Longhorn. I'm half man and half steer. Yeehaw. Okay, I need P28 up and running just for the sake of it. And then I need to move a bunch of crap over here real quick. I am gonna need this. Oh. Thought I heard chitrons. There's not chitrons. It's a mama. Mama walking, well, technically there's chitrons. She's walking her chitrons down the street. But I thought I heard school-age chitrons. They're not school-age chitrons, they're itty-bitty chitrons. I did not hear them. Okay. So we need to get into here. The electronics bench coat, odorator. And I need to find a little roll of strand. I want stranded. I want solid. I guess stranded will work. Solid's easier to deal with when you're dealing with these smaller wires though. So, I've got 24 gauge jumper wire. I would like to find solid. I've got 22 gauge solid right here in black. Color is not going to matter at all whatsoever, period. What I also am going to do, so I don't have heat shrink. So I do have heat shrink small enough to do this job. I have all kinds of stuff just like scattered hither and yon. Oh, what I need is I'm going to grab this, what I believe to be 1K resistor. I'm going to measure it real quick. If I can. Just to discount double check, because discount double checking never hurt anybody. $1K. Sweet. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright, now first things first, I've got to cut the traces. For which I am going to an X-Acto blade would be very helpful for this, actually. Because what I need to do is I need to cut the traces to RM2 pins 4 and 5, which are underneath. Where's my marker? I want to mark these. I have a marker somewhere around here. Where are you, marker? Marker, where are you? There. Is indeed indubitably RM2, and this thing's dirty. So RM2 is this guy here is RM2. I have too far large of a razor blade, but it's all I've got. So we're gonna put just a little mark on the PCB there, just to let me know where RM2 is, so I can always go back to it easily. What I need to do, I'm gonna try it with the pick first. See if I can do it with the pick. I really wish I had. Wait, why are the I had those lights off. Those lights are never off. Never turn those lights off. Even though it's daytime, they don't really do much. Here in just a minute, I'm going to try to go check out the V-dub again. Alright, so I need to cut pins 4 and 5. Because I need to bring pin 4 directly over to the MCU, which I'm actually going to do over here. I should probably mark DM5 back here too. Just one of these guys. DM5 is that guy there. Okay, because all I'm going to do is I'm going to run a jumper wire from here to there. Because all I want to do is I want to bypass RM2. So RM2, pin 4. Discount double check. Pin 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy here, we're going to disconnect him, I think just right here. It's probably fine. I really wish I had like a light over the bench. So 1, 2, 4. Okay, got the solder mask off. Let's see if I can't just cut the copper there. Let's see if we can't scrape it off the board. It's adhered to the board with an adhesive. You have substrate, adhesive, copper layer, and then you cut away the stuff that you don't want and leave behind the traces and pads and lands and what have you. That's how you manufacture these things. So there is an adhesive layer. It holds the copper to the board. We're going to see if we can't overcome that. And essentially what we do is we just dig down through the copper to the PCB, or to the substrate, sorry. Copper is part of the PCB. We cut down through there. I grab a brush, which I stuck back in here somewhere. Oh, there. I get my pair of skizzers over here. Skizzers still in the car, they are. So I need this brush to be a little bit stiffer. Okay. Make our brush a little bit shorter than it was, so it's a teeny bit stifferator. I'm just going to open the lid and dunk the brush in. Forget where we're at. There we are. Okay. Now, I really need one of those little, the picky things for IPA. I really need to get the strap out the way of the lens. That's what I really need to do. It's funny, because like I put on my light little jacket. The jacket is too heavy. I'm warm, but I know if I take it off, the wind and the cold front that has moved in will pick up, and I will be slightly chilly again. I know that. I know that for a fact, as I can see the future. Oh! Don't believe me? Watch this. The car will drive down my road at least one more time today. You watch. Oh, I don't know why I put that up. Alright, so we want to come over here. We want to check. We got continuity. Bam lamb. We want to check pin 4, which is this guy, to hit the corresponding pin on the ECU, which is that guy. Okay. We then want to come over and we want to check here. That is connected, but it is not connected to there. That is connected, but it is not connected there. We successfully cut the correct trace. Now, what I need to do is I'm just going to solder it to the pin. And the reason I'm not picking up a whole bunch of trace, I'm just cutting off a little sliver, is if I ever need to fix it in the future, small repair, easy peasy. Put a little piece of green wire down there, solder straight over it, put some solder mask on it, which I don't actually own currently. But, okay, and then pin 5, we need to cut on the top side, which is going to be fun. Okay, so RM2, I'm actually going to do a little bit of cleanerating on the top side here because we're a little bit dirty. Turn him off. I mean, that's acceptable. Not great, but acceptable. Put our lid back on so we don't evaporate, which is why you get the little dippy things, so that you don't have to worry about the evaporation. Whatever's in the lid will evaporate, but whatever's in the container will remain in the container. Okay, so pin 5 now. Yeah, Pin 4 is still going to be floating because there's nothing connected to it right now. Yep. We're doing it right. We're doing it right. RM2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is this guy. It comes over to this trace right here. We are going to discount double check that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That guy. That is a connection. And that trace comes out here. This is that guy, which means we should be able to just cut it right here. So there's two little dimply through holes. Two little through holes here. Kind of right beside each other. Between those two through holes runs the trace that runs to pin 5. I should be able to disconnect him there. Although I could disconnect him here. That'd be a little bit harder. So, yeah, because what I'm going to do is we're going to disconnect pin 5, RM2, where it runs out to DM5. And then we're going to solder the wire. So let me get, what am I doing? Let me open this guy. We'll get back here. We will zoom in. We will zoom out. And then I'm going to bring you guys over here. Right, so, you see here, right? So I've cut this trace, bam, right there. And there's your connector. I'm going to solder a wire here and cut the wire in the middle and install the surface mount, the 0402 resistor, 1K. Once I do that, okay. Once I do that, I also cut pin 5 here. I'm going to solder the other side of the wire. So from here, it's going to essentially just be coming over here to this spot, and we're just going to solder it there. And that way, the signal comes straight into the ECU like nothing ever happened. That's how we're going to do it. So we need to cut that trace, which with my really not good eyes is kind of hard to see. This side is being substantially more difficult. Oops.
Mail lady.
See? Told you. Car was gonna drive down the road. I can see the future. I wish I have a magnifying glass. I sort of do. I've got my phone that we can sort of... Wow. Yeah, that's still connected. The tip of my pick is not cooperating. Looks like it's cut, but I want to take it back a little bit more. Check it again. Looking at the wrong place. Yep, that trace is gone, and nothing else around it is damaged, which is the key, because there are two other traces there quite close that we really don't want to damage. Bam, look at that, another car. Your guys' minds are blown. I am a genius. I am incredibly a thing. I am incredibly a thing, twisting wires the wrong way, even though I'm looking right at them. Alright, so this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No connection. No power. No connection there. Connection there. Connection there. Pin 5. No connection there. Alright, so pins 4 and 5 have been removed from RM2. We can now work on plugging in the soldering iron and making it work. Since I have ground loop problems, with the signal generator, because it's not a lab supply, and the board, the simulator board, is not powered by a lab supply, I will hook the signal generator up to the line manually and to ground on the board manually without the simulator attached. And run the signal through, make sure it gets to the MCU correctly. I'm then going to try to hook it up and start the engine just with the stock map and the stock ECU. See if the engine will run with the stock ECU. That's going to be a thing I will try. I don't know if it will or not. The last time I tried to put a stock ECU in the thing, it wouldn't run. I don't know why. I've not really changed anything enough to warrant it not running. It would idle. Barely. But trying to hit the throttle, trying to do anything, and it would just and it would just die. It was not drivable. So I don't know if that's still going to be the case. I guess we'll find out here in a little bit. But for right now, I'll turn the soldering iron on, move the hot air gun out of the way. I'm going to start with the solid core. So I'm going to grab some section of solid core, some arbitrary length. Doesn't need to be anything in particular quite yet. So we'll grab about yay much or so. And then I'm going to cut it just directly in half. What I'm going to do, I'm going to strip off that much insulation, which is hardly anything at all. Same with this side. Strip off just that much insulation. We are then going to grab our handy dandy pick. Wrong side. We're going to move the ECU real quick, because this is wire stuff that I'm doing. We're going to peel back plastic on this reel, this clip reel, and put the resistor on the bench I have in my possession. A very, very small diameter roll of solder. It is 020 diameter. I imagine is in inches. Funnily enough, it's very, very small to me. To the resistor, not so much. And it is, I believe it's silver solder. Is it silver solder? What's the chemical composition? Doesn't seem to tell me. I can look up the, pretty sure it's lead free. So we will get our tip tinned real nice, which I should be doing with the bigger solder, because it'll be faster. Reach around. We will get our tip nice and tinned. And I just use my pants to clean the tip off, honestly. Denim works very nice. These pants are, these shorts are not denim, they're something else. But then what we're gonna do is we're going to kind of line these up, sort of, kind of, lightly, gently, lightly, gently, sort of, kind of, lightly, gently. We are going to We're going to tin each part of this setup here. Then the resistor is pre-tinned, so I will stick a little bit of solder on there. And this is exactly what I thought would happen. Okay. We're then going to try to solder this wire to the other end of the resistor. Which is always a little bit easier said than done. Alright, now what we're going to do is we're going to measure, we're going to strip the wire ends, and we're going to measure the resistance, and we're going to make sure that this is in fact connected. It appears to be a decent enough connection mechanically. Put that on 2K, and that is a 1K resistor wire. Now I could just go out and get some, like, I don't know, nichrome wire or something that has resistance per distance and make that work, but I don't want to do that. So now I got to figure out, we're done with the tiny stuff. We're not done with that yet. We are done with that. Put that away. We're going to need the bigger solder for the next stepperoonies. We're not going to use this stranded wire, so we can wrap him up and put him away. Him away, him away, him away, him away. We're gonna open our bottle of Fluxadoo. I need to figure out exactly the length that I need. So we're gonna solder this to just the pin of DM5, which I believe is gonna be the center pin, probably. So we're gonna check that real quick. Actually, I could just solder it to this through hole, couldn't I? I could do that. Why don't I just do that? I'm going to solder it to the through hole. So, if we take from here, we come around. Don't need that much. We take from here. That That is not a good mechanical connection. Just a little bit of twisting, and it's about to come off of there. I guess I do need the tiny, tiny stuff again. And this surface mount might not work. I might just end up having to go with a regular 1/4 watt resistor, or 1/8 watt resistor, whatever it is. Damn it, son. Nope. We're just gonna have to go with a resistor. Or a axial resistor. It's fine. I was gonna try to be clever about it, but it's fine. I should have a 1K resistor around here somewhere. Look at that, 1K. Get one of these little boys here. We're going to measure him to discount double check. $1K. I'm gonna snip the leads shorter. Oh, come on. Thank you. Get off of me. I had a feeling that would be the case. But I figured I'd give it the old college try anyway. Now my question is, does this resistor body fit through this heat shrink? It does not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a multi-shrink. Multi-shrink! Because I don't have one between this and this. So, we're going to do multi-shrink. The bigger stuff will go over the resistor body. The smaller stuff will provide a shim, as it were, between the leads and the bigger solder, or the bigger heat shrink. We can just, we can just straighten this stuff out. I'm going to kind of twist that together a little bit. Do a little bit of tip care. boy. Not the greatest joints, but it'll suffice. I am gonna squishity pokey bits down just a little bit, because using this big of tool with this small of part, you don't always get it perfectly smooth. We just kind of make sure there's no sharp bits on the joint. And we're going to okay, so the heat shrink, I took it from both sides. This is two different pieces of heat shrink, but I was able to squish it really nice over top of the resistor. So I'm not actually going to add the other heat shrink outside of that because it'll make it larger and bulkier. So for right now, we're going to shrink this down. Uh, 329. I think it's 125C. So I'm running substantially hotter than I need to for the job at hand. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Now we have us a nice little joint with a nice little resistor. Make sure we are electrically good, which I should have done before I put the heat shrink on, obviously. But I have faith in my ability. Now, 1K. Nice. I'll also check real quick and see if I'm pretty sure. Oops. There's no emails. But am I? Again, this is the test ECU, so I'm not doing the mod for real right now. I have tools coming that'll make it slightly easier, namely solder wick. Nope, no email. Okay. So, it's a lot of noise in that Canon, isn't there? Need a better camera. I definitely need a better camera. And it's raining again. Nice. Okay. Now, I need to figure out how long I need this guy to be and where I want the resistor to sit. I think I want the resistor to sit here. I can then glue the resistor down. So we want to bend this here. Or do we want it over here? We don't want to stress that joint too much. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So we're going to chop it off. Right there. And bring it back that far. I'm then, since I'm pretty sure this is a through hole, I'm then going to do that. Do some tip maintenance. Grab some solder. Wait. Oh, I was going to do that one. Crap speckle. No, yeah, that's where I put it. No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, crap speckle. I need it there. It's fine. Rating's loud. I'll make it work. I'm actually going to mark this just for peace of mind. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some solder to this thing and see if I can't shove the wire through it. Because I'm pretty sure it's a plated through hole. Of course, being solid core wire, it heats up very quickly. Also going to unbend this. Come on. There we go. There we go. Man, I don't know why that was so hard. can't get rid of the blob with the tools I have. It's fine, I don't care. Again, spare ECU. Okay. There we go. How about that? Not the direction I initially wanted to go. Thank you. That's got to be a miserable job. Oh. Oh. I can make her job just the teeniest little bit easier. I will try to do that. Okay. So now it's getting kind of dark out there. So our cut trace is this guy. Which comes up to there. I'm going to mark him. That guy. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it like that. And then pliers. Where'd I put the pliers? Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. There's a lot of traffic down the road today. See, there's another one. Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to put him back down on the board. We want him one more over. And I want this guy bent in just a smooch. Bend him in just another smooch. And then I want this guy. I want the bigger solder for this one. My apologies if I'm a little bit less than irritating. A little bit less than irritating right now. Entertaining. This is actually like... This stuff does require a little bit of brain power on my part, funnily enough. Which means I have less to spare. Because there ain't that much to begin with. Uh-oh. Okay. Do that. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to take and... Actually, I might be able to snippy that little end off of there. Or not. If I had itty bitty snippy doos, I could snippy that end off of there. Right now, it's fine. So what I want to do then is I want to check pin, come on mouse, pin 57 on the MCU to pin 17 on the thing. So we're going to count this guy. $55, $56, 7. So we are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the end. So it's a 64. Okay, so we're going to measure. It should be 1K from pin 57 to B17. D17. So 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is right there. I'm going to mark it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. That guy. Okay. Yeah, and it should just be a straight shot from the pin at the connector, which I will check in the connector, to this guy here. Oops. Come on. That's 1K. That's 1K. All right. I have successfully wire modded my ECU. I would like to find, I'll be right back in just a second. I'm gonna go find my hot glue gun. Hopefully it's in the 3D printer box inside. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go find my hot glue gun so I can glue that resistor down. was easy. Also, look what I found. And a power cord. So now I don't have to rob the one from my monitor, my spare monitor inside to power the signal generator. How nifty is that? How nifty is that? We're gonna turn that message off. We're gonna get our glue gun over here. I don't have a little clippy thing anymore, so we just kind of dangle it off the side here. I brought another glue stick just in case, but there is one already into there. I don't know if the mechanism can push this thing in its current state, so we shall find out. Did not need spare flux. There was enough in the solder, so we will boop boop put it up there. 2.2K. I can put these resistors away. Figure out where they go. 2K goes in there. 10K, not in there. 10K, not in there. 10K, what? Not in there. Gotta go in here. Oh, yep. Yepper it doos. Yepper it doos. There we go. It is most decidedly put away. Hot glue is starting to leak out the end, so we will put some there. Some there, and put some there. All right, we're done with that. I'm going to do the same thing to the primary, my main ECU, when I get there. Right now, Mr. B! I swear it's the same damn B. Okay. We're going to use box there. Mr. B, please go away. Don't need to be coming in here just dying on my floor. I do not want you dying on my floor. All right. Let's point the camera that way. Get the little hot glue stringies off of there. Oh, I actually want to pull the jumper resistor off the board. So it doesn't interfere with anything. Hold on. Really? Thank you. Alright, jumper resistor is moved, removed. It is also moved. This should allow the engine to run. should. Oi. Can I fix that a little bit? Putting a little bit of a luma key in there. If I can turn that down just a smooch. That out. Oh. Just gonna kill the brightness in the background a little bit. Problem is, okay, so I want him set to not automatic then. That's darker. What am I doing? We don't care if background's blown out. I want you to show the garage. Yes. All right. we're going to try this real quick. I have no idea if the engine's going to run or not. We'll give it the old college try. Not going to let it run for long because it's not installed in the case. Means I have no cooling on the injector driver. And it's not protected from short circuit, so I'm just going to set it on a cardboard box. I'm just going to try to crank it, see if it'll start up and idle for half a second or a second or so. Not without battery on that. Battery terminals are corroded pretty. Leave the trunk open because I'm going to disconnect the battery after this test. Fuel pump, right? See, it does that. I have no idea why. That is like crazy rich. Man, that's insanely rich. I don't know what I've done to make it do that. Because that should just be 100% stock ECU minus the wire mod. Sorry, lost in thought. We're gonna leave the Luma. That's too much Luma. The heck? Okay. That's weird. Even if you have that set to 1. Huh. Okay then. Guess we're not going to do that. We can just have the outside sort of blown out. I would like to figure out what it is exactly that's making that do that. Because I plugged the Demon ECU in and it works just fine. Which, I can do that right now, actually. Like, this thing is not... This ECU itself has not been modded other than removing R1, 2, and 3. Like, that's all I've done. I cannot... I guess I have to sit down and look through the stuff that I've done to the harness. All that. Figure out if... Figure out what might be causing that. Do it with this guy. Works just fine. Works just fine. I have no idea why. Because J1 controls whether or not the MCU looks to external memory. External memory. Forgot what camera I'm on. With J1 clipped, removed, not connected, it should be using the internal memory. I guess I'll look for, real quick, we'll look through the how-to real quick. 15-watt soldering iron? I don't know, man. I'd say at least a 30. Go away! Damn it. Is it important? I'll leave a message. Wait a minute, what? Oh, that is not That's something else. I'm like, that's not the right thing. We don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, I need shipping OBD1 on the ECU. Yeah, there's I think it was this one, HA Motorsports. I think it was this guy. Their images are broken, which is fun. C51 and C52. I'm gonna look through the schematic, see if we can't find those guys real quick. Come on. Excuse me. 51 and 52. Probably going to be on the MCU page, I would imagine. Oh, there is a jumper. There is a jumper you cut, but that's just for the SCS transmit receive. What you call it? Connection. You don't need those connected to run the ECU. Here's some MCU stuff. There's 53. What did I need? 51 and 52? Yeah. Okay. Where's 51 and 52? Won't be in the ignition. Oh, I was also going to look at the live stream. What the hell? That's very loud. All of it. Would you quit? Jesus. How is that music that loud? It's at negative 45. 45 dB down. Holy freaking Jesus. Holy freaking G. Okay. Freaking G. You are going all the way down, Firefox. We're going all the way down. How about 4? Would you? What? No. No. YouTube is terrible. Oh, there's nobody here right now. Irritating the crap out of me. What about that? Okay, this is absolutely nonsensical. This absolutely. I've turned the mic off, and I'm going to turn it back off so that I can do some Lister and Lewin here on the laptop. And since I have ultra low latency, I can only talk for a second before I start hearing the audio on the stream, and I have to turn the mic. Test 1, 2 for voice. 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 We're going to turn you back on. I'm going to grab the headphones, and we're going to check this again. I just did this yesterday. I just did this yesterday. We're going to do it again. Power on. Okay. I'm going to turn on this guy. Unmute this guy. Really? What the hell's YouTube doing that now, for whatever reason, so I click on the volume slider, I drag it somewhere, I let it go. And then I move the mouse, and the slider goes with the mouse. Why? It's not a click and it's not a click and drag. It's a click, hold, and drag. There's your thumbnail right there. Okay, so this whole time, the last 3.5 hours have been useless, essentially. This is the kind of thing that makes people quit or give up or set this stuff to the side and just walk away. But not me. I'm a stubborn Bay walker. Bay stand. I'm a bay stand. Okay. So I'm going through. I'm going to take the headphones and kind of put them semi to the side so it's not just completely distracting. My nose itches like crazy. Okay, so we're looking for C51 and C52. That's what we're looking for. This is the last page, and it's not on here, so I must have missed it up top. Unless they didn't even draw it on the schematic because it wasn't populated. That would suck. Actually, yeah, that's probably what happened. Because the stuff that's not populated is not in here. So IC3 and IC4. We're going to look for U3 and U4. 5, there's 6. Seven, U2. Oh, U3 and 4. They are on here. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Back up to the top. So we're looking for C51 and C... I highly doubt this is going to work. We're going to scan all pages for text. And then we're going to see if it can bring it up. It also appears to be reorienting the schematics because they're slightly tilted on the page. And when it gets done scanning, it seems like it's straightening them out on the page. Okay, how about J1? The heck? Okay, well the answer is no, that didn't work. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, so I need C51 and 52. This is the part of electronics that is the bit that takes the most time. Is just figuring out where stuff is if you don't have the resources to search for it, really. So I want to figure out, where are 51 and 52 on the board? 51 and 52. They are inside the dotted line, so it's got to be down here. Because it's U4 and 3, which are here. They look like just power ground bypass caps, AC bypass caps for U3 and 4, but I don't see them on the schematic. C53. $99. Not on, Tell you what I could do. So we're gonna grab this guy. I'm just gonna measure to the pins, and we'll see where they go. Okay, so it goes to pin 1. C51 goes to pin 1 on U4, which it shows as just going straight to ground in the schematic, yeah. So which is ground. So where does the other side go? Oh, goes there. Yeah, that's power to ground. Wait, what? How many pins is this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is 20 pin. U4. U4. Pin 20. Pin 20 is power. Yeah, so they're just power stabilization caps is all they are. So that would not cause the ECU to not work at all. So let's go back to this page. This page. R54. What is R54? R54 is the chip enable pull down resistor. U3, which is fine. That also would not affect anything. Or HC373. Which is the data latch. And it should run normally if you just remove J1. So what have I done? That has changed that. What about the other ECU? Let me remove the little, there's a little remainder piece of a jumper here. Let me remove him for safety. That must have been leaded solder. That came out like nothing. Okay. So if this one does the same thing, it's something I have done. If it doesn't, that ECU is just dead. I'm gonna close the trunk. I don't want rain all in my trunk. try that. That audio just falls right off, doesn't it? Okay, so that one idles. Part of me wants to put the demon on this ECU and just see what the data says. That's an IPT. I think these are both in Shigekin. Yeah, so those are both the same manufacturer of ECU. This one is different. It shouldn't make any difference. It's a P06. It literally should not make any difference whatsoever. Let's turn that off. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna go check the VDub again. So we're going to do test drive again. I'm just gonna make a whole new text thing anyway. Like font. I like Segway UI. It picks up cars, but it can't pick up me talking over at the end of the garage. Nice. So I need to... What? Oh, I don't have my color in here. Huh. Just a random... Well, I guess I need to rectify that, don't I? Well, for now, we're just going to put... the same color. It's gonna be bam. Fuck you. Back in a mo, yo. I'm supposed to be bold. Bold. There we go. There we are. Okay, so there we go. I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to go double check. I'm going to go recheck the Volkswagen. I do have to test drive it to go check it. So I'll be back in just a moment. And we'll see what else I have to do. You know, I say that. Keys. Keys. There they are. I was like, I put them over here somewhere. They're warm. Warm key. Here my points. nothing that time. Reconnect that. Turn that off. Okay, so it's gotta have something to do with overnight. Because it's been sitting for a few hours. Everything should be cooled off by now. But it didn't, it didn't give me crazy RPM number. So, I mean, like I said earlier, you can't diagnose a problem that's not happening, right? So where we're at is we're awaiting data gathering. Where we're at on that. Time is at 14. I kind of want to put that other ECU back in a case. I kind of want to put the demon on this guy and see what the heck is going on. Why don't we try that? The microphone. Very strange. I kind of want to see if... Come on, where's it at? Every time the Bluetooth drops, it desyncs the stream on the laptop. Huh. I don't want power off. I want power on. That's weird. That's weird. Are you sure you're connected? Damn it! Frick. Holy crap, Spackle, Batman. Okay. Is this screws for ECU? No. Where are screws for ECU? Look. The ZIF socket and the chip. I don't know where the burner is. I don't know why I don't have where the extra screws went for this guy. Wonder if I can find just screws. I doubt I'll find just screws. Not the kind of thing people would sell. I'd have to figure out what size they are and then order like an actual screw. But first, I guess let's try, actually searching. God, no! God, I hate that. Every time you open a freaking web page and you start trying to do something on the web page, something pops up and steals the focus, and whatever you've done, it doesn't exist. It is a terrible thing that should not exist in the first place. Helps if you type the whole thing into the search bar. The answer is no, there are no screws. My main concern is the injector driver IC, which is this guy. Granted, at low RPM, it shouldn't even matter. Low RPM and low load, you're not turning the injectors on for long enough, but they are inductive loads, which does create a lot of heating in anything. I don't know why this ECU just simply will not work. I have no idea. But that's the exact thing that it did last time I tried to plug it in, I remember. And I'm going to write bad on it for right now. But it would be nice to be able to see. I'm stupid. 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 Okay, so J11 is the I believe J11. Or the ECU. Where's J11? I believe J11 is the communication bus. Which means if I reconnect it, where's J11? Oh, I think it's on the first page, actually. First page. Where's the header is in here somewhere. It's CN2. Here comes the rain again. Wow, it's actually coming down. Oh, there it is. J12. Yeah, listen to that. Need my handy dandy flashlight. Yeah, because J12 attaches pin 2 from data link D8 to U1 pin 39. So let's. I should have a little lead around here somewhere still. Or we'll just use this little section of wire. How long is J12? About yay long. Right? Ish. I'm going to connect it. I'm going to use the Maxidus to determine, like, I'm going to look at the data. I should probably turn this over and do this on the correct side. I'm just going to run the jumper on the back side for right now. It's fine. Not a big deal. It's probably going to come back off again anyway. Come on. Right, that should be sufficient to just turn the key on, connect the scanner to it, and look at the data. Let's do that. Let us tomato. Also going to dry lube the connectors. I need... Oh. Not the OBD2 connector connected, actually. Where are you at, connector? I also need the power, because the Honda connector does not provide power. Okay. I guess I've got to order another power connector for this thing. There's a 12 volt, one's missing. Which means I need... Where is roommate man's extension cord? What the heck? I don't know where it went. It's in the water closet. Hey. But I can't do any checking if I can't plug it in. Well, you'll get the car driving down the street, but you won't get me talking at the edge of the garage. Thanks. Try this. I don't know how much faith I have. This is long enough. And only just. It got chilly real fast. A little platform also works for the scanner. Thanks. Huh. There was so much fuel in this thing when it was running a second ago that the wide bands are still reading rich. And it can pick up me playing with the parking brake handle, but it can't pick up my voice. Oh! That's wrong. For whatever reason, the scanner is not communicating. Check the wiring diagram it is. So what do I need? I don't know which one I need, actually. it's not communicating. So I need... Today, thank you. Christ. D8. Okay. D8 goes to... What is that? 1, 2... That D? That's D. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7? Yep. Light blue or green red. That should be working. I see light blue there. We get multimeter. Just double check that they're connected. Make sure I didn't like cut the wire accidentally or something. Oh. It does not seem to be connected. Light, it is connected. Yeah, it is connected. Why won't it work? Do I have to... No, because that's the connector you jump to do the timing. What about the switch? Did the switch damage something? wrong with you? You pick up the tiniest little things, loud as crap, but my voice, you can't pick up from 10 feet away. I'm thoroughly confused right now. Okay. What's yellow green on D? Yellow green on D. Map sensor voltage? What? That's probably why it's running like crap. Then how does it work with the freaking other ECU? Next to the end. Yeah. You pick that up. Okay. Yeah, and that's crazy loud. And I barely heard that. But I can hear me just fine. But it can't hear me. I don't know what the heck's going on with this audio. Okay, so what I'm looking for is... $97? What's in 97? if I bet you have to connect the service check connector together to get that communication bus working. I would wager. Probably like a couple of quarters. I'd put a couple of quarters on it. Okay. Now I guess let's try it. See if the data bus works. Still nothing. Why? Try something real quick. Okay, so it's the wideband's doing it. Or wideband did one of them. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Huh. Interesting. If I disconnect the wideband that I have hooked up to, for some reason, the map sensor, it runs just fine. And the data works. Okay. So I need to figure out then why the heck I have the wideband connected to the freaking map sensor. No, it's not the wideband. It's my temperature, my secondary temperature sensor. Not the wide. So then why does disconnecting the wideband cause the thing to start working? Gonna wipe that bad off of there. No. Gonna be sick. Brown. Brown. Huh? That should be fine. Unless asserting a voltage on B6 is actually causing an issue with the stock map. B15, I mean. No. I wonder if it's a case of a ground loop. Because I have that connected to sensor ground. I wonder if it needs to be not sensor ground, but body ground. UAGO paperwork. Wiring. I've got white and brown. Guess what I do? Test that is I cut the brown wire want to know why there's two sensor grounds. So that's D, what is that, 1? And 1 and 12. D1 and 12. D1. D1 is where I'm connected, which is map sensor ground. So maybe I should move it to D12 instead. Because that might be introducing some weird ground loop to the map sensor. But then the intake temperature sensor would have a ground loop. It'd actually be throttle position, intake, and coolant temp sensors. All three share the same other sensor ground. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I'm moving the wideband anyway, right? So what does it matter? I just go cut the wires. Snip, snip. This one's not a snip, snip. This one's a E-pin. E-pin. But there we go. Okay, which one was that guy? I'm gonna wipe. Let's see if alcohol will wipe the bad off of this thing. Yes, it will. Easy peasy. Okay, so the ECU's not bad. My connection was bad. I don't quite know quite exactly why that is the case. Let's try it now. B6. It is definitely the B6 input that's doing it, not that ground. So, why would voltage on B6? What do I have installed on there right now? That's right. I have a 2.2, a 10K installed in 1 and 3. 1 and 3. Okay. Oh! What is B6 normally used for? Because originally this thing just had a voltage divider. That's all it had. That held that input at 2.5 volts. Very loud car noises from 50 feet away. So yeah, in Neptune, B6 body is just called B6. So what I need to do then is I need to install a switch. But if I ever need to put a factory ECU back in, I can just flick a switch and it'll put the B6 input, because that's what I'm gonna use for the secondary temperature sensor. Holy crap. How many people are gonna drive up and down this road? A year ago when we moved in, it was like 1 car a day. They're ridiculous. Yeah, I need to install something on the wire harness, just a voltage divider. So I put a voltage divider. Do a double pole relay and just solder resistors across the terminals. And when you flick the switch, the relay turns on, and it's just two 1K resistors, swamps out the signal, and the intake temperature, the secondary intake temperature sensor would do nothing. because I don't know what the program is looking for stock. And there's no information about it. Let's see what those resistors are real quick. They should be here. They should have been here today. That's UPS, so should be here. He hasn't come by yet. Let's see where the other stuff that will help me do the job is. On the long truck. And on the long truck. Right, today's. Yep, so those guys will probably be here Monday or Tuesday. I need to write down what I found on the Civic up on the board so that I don't forget. So, V6 has to be 2.5 volts for the OEM ECU to work. Wonder if there are any Honda guys around here that might have just broken ECUs. I'm gonna go to storage tomorrow. Actually. Stand by. You need store edge. I guess I could just use the analog inputs, but I want to use the hell is that? Some weird specularity in the lens. But I want to use the. I don't want to run separate wires into the side of the ECU case through the groove for the USB. My elbows were getting cold earlier. It's I don't even know. I don't even know. Let me look. It is 10 degrees here. Gone where? What do you mean gone? What gone? What's a gone? Who's a gone? Hexagon! Hexagons are the best of guns. I'm just kind of walking in circles, thinking to myself. Talking out loud, thinking to myself. Eh. Easily one of the most boring drives on the planet. Like, going to Tucson is like such a boring drive. There's nothing on the way there. The road is boring, the landscape is boring. I mean, kinda, yeah. I'm hoping that my eccentricities will help me grow the channel. But I've got a conundrum, and I'm trying to work through it in my head. I guess, oh, okay. I would have to figure out what the address is for the multiplexer in, and then figure out what the address is, the address range is on the MCU in, and then see if I can't get on pgmfi.org, get the hex code for the Honda base code, figure out the address in there, and see if maybe somebody's figured out. I guess I gotta email Dave. Dave, I don't know if I still have him saved or not. Let's find out. Yep, he's still in there. Okay. Dave Blundar. So I'm going to email him tonight and see if he has a repository. He's the guy that gave me the schematic for the ECU, actually. Because at the time, pgmfi.org was down. They were, I don't know, changing hands, or they were having server problems, or I don't know. They'd been down for a few months, so like I couldn't get the information. So email Dave Blundar, because he was the guy that figured out, I think, most of the hex code for the base map and the addressing positions and all that stuff for chipping the Hondas. So like he would know the information that I need. Yeah, oil changes are easy. It's the getting down and getting back up part that's the hard part. Well, you are already older than my planned life expectancy. I'm gonna email Dave real quick. So, I'm not gonna be very entertaining for a minute. But you know me. Any chance I have to do something myself, I'm doing it myself. Let me double check PGMFI real quick. Discount double check. Like I say, there's no harm in discount double checking anything and everything. So let's see if PGMFI has any information on the B6. Oh. Yeah, let me zoom in. Okay, so we're gonna do a search for B6. The day that I can't do it myself anymore is the day I'm done. I know. Actually, first thing I'm going to search for is hex. UPS? UPS? Not UPS. No idea who that is. Pull the bolt, let it drain. Well, drive it around, make sure it's nice and hot, hot, hot. Pull the bolt, let it drain. Pull the filter, let it drip for a minute. Oil the seal, put the filter back on. Check the gasket on the bolt, put the bolt back in. Pour the oil back in, start it up. I think yours is going to be a 6 or 6.5 quart engine. Oh, this might be the guys that come blow out the sprinklers, actually. Let me go find out. I'll be right back. Oh. Storage? I don't even remember what the heck it was that I wanted to grab in storage. What the heck was it? Guess they're going and talking to neighbor man. What was I gonna grab in storage? I'm going insane. Like, freaking bonkers. I was gonna go grab something tomorrow because I had an idea. What the heck is still in storage that I would need? Oh, Trung's ECU. That's right. Trung's ECU. So I was going to strip it for its screws. Which I don't know that I need to at this point. Okay. Looking for hex. We're looking for hex. We're going to check that. There are a bunch of posts about hex. Or that have hex in somewhere in the posts. Not about hex, but somewhere hex somewhere in the posts. Okay, so what about chart? Map. Wait, so the MCU doesn't even read the full memory space? What? Mute. blowing out the sprinklers next door, and I figured they'd be done in like, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. Apparently no. No. They're not going to be done ever. They're just sitting there like letting the compressor run for whatever reason. I don't know. Okay. I don't care about that. I don't care about that right now. Yeah, I figured out what the problem was, so I don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Might need that. So I'm gonna leave that up. I don't even know if it's a repair stream at this point. Oh. It's more just a kind of a general me futzing around stream. That's what it is. Call it a futzing around stream. Yeah, there we go again. I think they need a bigger compressor and a bigger tank is what they need. Yeah, you can hear them doing their stuff. It's super annoying, actually. So, what I think... I want to go eat something. See if I can't maybe get some video editing done. No need to clean up the Civic until like I'm ready to pull it out and do stuff. No reason to pull it out and do stuff until I figure out the Passat, really, because I need to drive the Passat to figure it out, so I can just use it to go to the store or get food or whatever. And it's got kind of older gas in it anyway, which means it needs to be driven regardless, and my roommate never starts the thing up also anyway, so it needs to be driven regardless also anyway. So, I think that is today. I mean, 6 hours. That's almost a work day. I'm going to spend 3 or 4 more doing video editing, audio editing. Oh, tomorrow I need to set up the soundboard and stuff on the Asus. I was supposed to do that today. Guess what I did not do? That. So, yeah, I am going to head out. I'm done with the stream for today. If anybody wants to let me know some things I can do better, be a little bit more entertaining, get the word out, get more people watching, get more people in chat, get this whole thing going. Let me know. Put it in the comments in the VOD whenever the stream's over. Absolutely leave some comments. Let me know what the heck's going on. Let me know I'm dumb. And I will see everybody later. Have a good night.